No joke. That's a man disrobing at the 2:15 and 10. As you see on that, there's the man in there going across and laying in the middle of the road. Of that, always something popping in the great San Bernardino. Oh, lordy, 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 Miss Claudie. The things we see here in the IE are absolutely entertaining as hell as we come back, but none other than, see if I can get me up. There we go, finally. Of that. It's one of the, I just can't stop laughing. It's even got me discombobulated on the intro, but that's on the 2:15 and 10. San Bernardino. Next up, we're getting ripped off $1 billion on a new office building for the scoundrels in Sacramento.
Building for California lawmakers cost as much as an NFL stadium. That's a question we've been asking California's legislative leaders overseeing the Capitol Annex project. Live Copter 3 flew over, getting this exclusive look at the progress crews have made. The $1.1 billion project is supposed to cover costs for the office building, parking garage, and a new visitor.
It started out at $500 million. They're up to $1 billion. It's going to be 1.5. It's a nickel billion out of your taxpayers' dollars for new office buildings for the scoundrels in Sacramento. More later from the Ashley Zavala report. Manhole cover explodes. Here we go. See how that's it. You don't see that very often. That person was lucky. What, with the baby stroller? There's fate. 2 or 3 steps could have been blown to smithereens. What a story as we go. Cruise tire yard in Banning lit on fire. As you see, fire department was there on the scene trying to put it out. I wonder what the final story is going to be on this whole harangue. Some of the local, if we can get it, local news, please. Would you switch where you're supposed to? Thank you. Homicide investigation, drive-by shooting reported on Easter Sunday in Fontana. Cell phone thief, he pleads guilty. He's from Moreno Valley on that, so a cell phone thief is going to spend time behind bars. Deputies who allegedly beat a man in Rancho Cucamonga are being sued. City is of that, and I don't know if they're in there. Definitely. The 12-year-old boy that got shot in the Ontario Park has raised $31,000 on a GoFundMe account, and we hope that gets to be more. See what else is on the hit parade here. Why does it got to put that in every time? Catch of the day. San Bernardino Police Department, with the assistance of Riverside County Sheriff's Department, conducted an investigation stemming from a traffic stop resulted in the discovery of narcotics, along with the help of a canine unit. Further investigation, officers located 52.1 pounds of cocaine, 4 firearms, approximately $90,000 in. Look at all that cash laid up there on the table. Treasurer Ortiz alleges police illegally ran her name through criminal databases and sought to sway the 2024 campaign. That's reported in the San Bernardino Sun. Alvord School District in River City gets a new superintendent. Reginald Tompkins, assistant superintendent, I believe it was Corona Norco, got the job. Also, school board meetings at Redlands. Get out there and support Save Girls Sports. Candy and Jeanette need your help out there. And, of course, the Marina Valley Unified Crime Syndicate is up also. There's funky swag guitar music. Comes in every Monday through Friday, live at almost 5 on the Evil Epi Network. YouTube, I don't know, Rumble and X seem to be giving us trouble today. Don't know why, but that's the way things go on our technological networks. Sometimes they hit, sometimes they don't. Lots of stuff going on, and we'll get into. Glenn Beck was on with Steve Bannon, and there was some really good information coming up on that. We'll dive into the tape in depth on that a little bit later on. Steve Hilton announces he's running for governor, center-right guy. Second one, besides Sheriff Chad, who's thrown the door open to that, about a month ago, he announced he's running for governor. Steve Hilton, he's been on Fox News. He goes back, I believe, 30 years. He's from England. He worked in Parliament with the Conservative Party over there, came over to California, was on Fox. I don't know if he still is. He did a weekend show on Fox News for many, many years and has been pretty good on that. Again, I know a lot of people are going to be upset, especially in Chad Bianco camp, because they only wanted their guy to run. And I get it, but hey, that's the way it goes. I think he's saying no income tax for those under 100,000, or maybe we'll hit a few. Steve Hilton clips on the way. That dude cracks me up. That dude on the I-10. Oh, the nudie dude on the I-10. Woodman, that's going to be a story. I hope there's a follow-up to why he pulled that little maneuver. Wish I would have had this yesterday for Dr. Kelly Victory. Dr. Pat Soon-Chung, one of the premier cancer doctors in all the world, worth billions, owns part of the Lakers, and that's part of what this is going on. He had some very interesting things in the whole interview, and we've been running some clips earlier on. But I wanted to jump into this one on the COVID con, as we have said. Here's what he says he told the federales when all this nonsense came about. Here we go.
Unfortunately, I relate this. It's a painful thing to me because I related to Kobe's death. It was during Kobe's time when he passed away.
Kobe Bryant, who you were close to.
Correct, very close. At his funeral, I turned to Gavin Newsom and I said, listen, this is one virus I'm worried about because I was studying this virus. I said, this is not a respiratory virus. This is a dangerous virus.
So he's at Kobe Bryant's funeral because he owns part of the Lakers. I think he bought Magic Johnson's 5%, so he owns a chunk of them. And he turns to Gavin Newsom and says, hey, I'm worried about this COVID virus and what's going down. Mind you, this guy's got tens, hundreds of researchers. He's got a pretty good enterprise going on. Again, one of the biggest premier cancer doctors in all the world. And he's nervous about this stuff. If he's nervous about this or was nervous about this, I think that's a big justification for the concern a lot of us had. Here's more from Pat.
So I went back and I shut down our organization so that we could actually do nothing else but COVID. My entire team of hundreds of scientists on Zoom and everything else around the world, I said, we must go after this virus.
So he's got a team, hundreds of scientists working around the world on various things. He shuts it all down to work on the COVID virus because he's saying this thing ain't looking good. He's telling Gavin Newsom that. Now that I saw this, I wonder if he had the same conversations with Trump and or his team like Redfield or Fauci or any of those yo-yos. That's going to be very interesting. Here's more from Pat soon, Sean.
Virus with a vaccine that clears the virus. And the only way to clear the virus is to have what we call a T cell and NK cell, the cells that kills cancer cells. And I wrote a paper that says COVID's like cancer and cancer's like COVID, meaning it's immune suppression that causes its spread. And it's immune suppression by the COVID virus that allows it to persist.
Immune suppression. Dr. Kelly said it many times. We've said it on the show, my understanding, and she's confirmed it. Seems like Dr. Pat's confirming it too. Your best defense against anything, recovering from an auto accident, virus going around like this, cancer, whatever, is your own immune system. That's your number one defense system. And that's what it had to do, was attack your immune system. That's what COVID, my understanding, is what COVID-19 did, is attack your immune system. So it appears to me Dr. Pat Soon-Shawn was working on the right track. Hey, you got to clear this thing out because that's what cancer does, is it basically, it's in a war with your immune system. And you're either your immune system, you are going to win, or the cancer and you live a few more years or whatever, or the cancer is going to win and you die. I just recently seen that with my dad with brain cancer. So when he's saying that this virus, the COVID virus, why he was concerned, has very much the same trajectory in a human being as cancer, now I can see why he shut everything down. He's going, holy crap. If this gets out of control or that, we could be in big trouble. What concerns me is we're not. We got long COVID. People got the shots, got it several times. Most people that didn't get the shots or the boosters maybe had it once and they were one and done. So it's going to be very interesting as we move forward with this. Like, how in the heck do we get to a point, or do we get to a point where the China virus is gone or cleared, or they can clear it if you get it? Seems like in most cases, now some people died that didn't get the jab, and we know that, but it seems like the greatest fear of a few of us that were out there, and it even seemed Dr. Robert Malone, who was part of the team that invented the technology that was in most of the COVID vaccines, he was concerned about it. Pat Soon-Chan was concerned about it. I think that should be cause for concern about everybody being concerned about it. But who the heck knows in this day and age? We get so much stupidity going on. It's hard to tell. You know, and that's the deal about the boy that cried wolf, especially with the COVID thing. And almost everything they've had to say has backfired on them, which is not a good situation, as they say. Carl Mehta says, number one, the government fraud that could prosecute thousands. Remember all of our Noors from Iran-Contra prosecuted for mislabeling funds? Peter Thiel, you could prosecute thousands of bureaucrats for the same crime. They're hiding billions by labeling political operations food for Africa. As we say, I kid you not. Now, if this allegation by Peter Thiel, I think it is correct, and a lot of us have suspected a lot of this stuff was going on, but we never had the resources to be able to prove it. Now with the Doge crew coming on, well, now we have the resources that are proving this kind of stuff. We have suspected, we couldn't prove. There was all sorts of USAID seems to be 90% of it, $40 billion, was just a slush fund to run all sorts of political ops through the government. It said the whole thing about most of that $250 billion and growing that we gave to Ukraine in the Ukraine-Russian war. I said the majority of that was the same thing. It's where the campaign cash came from. Money laundering. They were using Zelensky as a money laundering. Remember, the number was $150 billion. It was supposed to have gone directly to Zelensky. He said, hey, dude, I only got $75 billion of that. Where, as they say, where's the beef? Now, I hope guys like Peter Thiel, because Elon's announced, and we all suspected this was coming, pretty soon he's going to decouple, not 100%, but he's not going to be spending 24/7, 365 on the Doge deal. He's got SpaceX, Tesla, whatever, all these companies and stuff and responsibilities to run. And I'm kind of amazed he took as much time off as he did to do the Doge thing, which I'm internally grateful for. And again, I was never the biggest Elon Musk fan. A lot from his connections with China and the establishment, and prior to about a year or so ago, going left to center, sometimes very left to center in his politics. But it seems like we're in a much better place. But this is one of the great, I believe, indices that we need to follow up on and dig out. If we should be, you're probably never going to eliminate stuff like this 100%. If we can get 98.7% of this stuff eliminated at the federal government, then we can work it down, as they say, from the other indices. Maybe the state of California's got a chance. I know that's a very, that could be a very big leap, as they say. But we got a fighting chance. It'll be very interesting to see how all this fun stuff pans out in the future, as they say. One of the more interesting aspects has been this whole school, men and boys, women, girls, locker rooms, bathrooms, sports. The whole pride flag, Black Lives Matter, flags, insignias in classrooms, wanting to fly it in front of or on the flagpole with the American flag and the California flag. It's breaking out. It broke out in Redlands, California, and it's broken out across the country. It broke out in Redlands, California, as you see, a couple months ago, and then they decided to tone it down or not do it. We're just going to have the only flags allowed: American flag, California flag, and military flags. That's it. Official government flags are the only flags allowed. And in my view, should be the only flags allowed flown at any government agency. Because I don't care what you let it. It could be, save autism, or we're going to, no kill shelters, Black Lives Matter, pride flag, rainbow flags for trannies or whatever. Once you start down that road, then when does it determine? Because if you say, okay, let's bring back the Marlboro Man and wants to have a flag with Marlboro cigarettes, smoking a cigarette. Now, at what point do you stop? Or if you tell them with the Marlboro Man he can't fly his flag at the school, then they wind up suing. Now that's an extreme example, and we know the ban on tobacco advertising, which I don't think should be there. But, this being more on the free market side, it's a legal product. I don't see how a legal product, once you start banning advertising on legal products, the one thing I would say, if it's a regulated product like a pharmaceutical, that might be a different deal. But, whether it's beer, candy, whatever, pantyhose, lawnmowers, whatever. They're legal products to sell. You should be able to advertise them. They advertise tampons and condoms, for crying out loud, on the TV or the radio or on your cell phone or whatever. But that's why I say, once you start down that slippery slope, then when you don't allow somebody's company or pet issue or project, now we've created a can of worms. And it really, that's taking out the debate whether parents should be notified about the kids and all the other strife we've been going through. So, right now, 5 o'clock, as the crime syndicate, Marina Valley starting, but they don't have the flag issue. They're down there for public, they're going to do this issue. You've got Candy Olson and Jeanette Wilson. The great guys, John Barry, Greg Burton, and the crew of Redlands Tea Party Patriots, and a lot of people were down at the last school board meeting addressing both of these issues, the flag and boys and men in women and girls sports. But is on the deal. The agenda includes protecting girls' sports. Only American and California flags may be displayed. Challenging pornographic books and the agenda to sexualize children beginning in kindergarten. That to me is one of the all-time. Why are we even the sexualization? Well, now elementary's K through 5. So what are you, 11? Maybe just getting to 12. And I know the stuff of, whether the factors of why some, especially girls, are hitting puberty earlier than they are. But really, I don't see the need of any or almost any context of sexual education talk officially put on by the school K through 5, let's say up to 11 years old. Elementary schools. I don't see the part where that should even be on there. And then this, if I'm reading this right, and I don't know, because Greg Bertain, he's an attorney, and I think he's pretty good at this. They're going to pass a resolution at the Redlands School Board to ban gas furnaces and water heaters. The school board, remember, they always say, well, that's not in our jurisdiction, we shouldn't get involved. Also, the Central Board member Melissa Quintero for alleged threatening behavior, verbal threats, and physical posturing against Candy Olson incident witnessed by the superintendent Juan Carvajal, who inserted himself and physically blocked Miss Ayala Quintero from acting. The meeting starts at 6, but to get there, we recommend arriving by 5. So they're not like the syndicate; they don't start at 5. But that's Greg Bertain saying get there early so you're in. And like he said, if there's a lot of people, they're going to cut your time down. You know, traditionally, most of the time of public comments, you get 3 minutes. And in this case, and most cases, if there's a lot of speakers, they cut you down, and they've been doing that mostly about 1.5 minutes. So, and Greg puts that out, and I will stamp this 111%. If you're, even in 3 minutes, and this is a little PSA, something I'm very familiar with, have done a lot, could probably even be considered by most people an expert at public speaking, especially in the 3-minute or less zone of public comments at our public government meetings. I will say, and I mean, if I'm not number 1, I'm in the top 3 probably in the Inland Empire of delivering said public comments. So there's a long record. You can go look at it. You can do, to prove that point. But like Greg said, you got a minute, when they cut you down to 1.5 minutes, and this is where you got to be prepared, and this is just more technical stuff if you're ever doing this. Most people talk about 60 words per minute, or 100, for 30 seconds, 120 words per minute. If you get more than about 130 words per minute, people start where they can't understand what you're saying. You're talking too fast, they can't process it. That's why, in a 30-second commercial, you got to write 60 words, probably max. You may be able to get 65 in, especially if you shorten up the words and make them small, but most part of that. Like I said, do number 14 type on an 8x12 page, a standard letter size page, and that's about 360 words. You do 14 bold, sometimes you can even do double space. That will definitely be about 360 words. So if you get cut down to 1.5 minutes, then always be prepared to be able to take stuff out of your speech. Because that is very important. Because I've seen them, when they cut people down and people are reading it from their text or their cell phone, like people do mostly now, people get confused or they can't get it in. So be prepared, and especially even in 3 minutes. That's why I don't go up there, thank the board of whatever, city council, da-da-da-da-da. Well, you go through that, even if you only lose 10 seconds, you're getting that back in the backside. So, and especially if they cut the time down, can the intro, thanking them what there, and be prepared to edit your speech down on that. That will be very important. That will serve you well and keep you from getting flustered, frustrated on there. And always be prepared. Have things you can do if you're going up there with prepared red text to read or do. So that's just some tips on that. But you can still get down there to Redlands if you're in the area. Go check them out. It's very imperative that you do that. Here's Lindy Lee. And we may get into this more on that. She was a very prominent Democratic fundraiser, raised tens of millions of dollars for Comrade Kamala. She has went from being way hard on the Democratic side to almost becoming a top card-carrying, MAGA hat-wearing member. She was on with Dave Rubin, who's kind of went down the same path. Here we go. Maybe. Oh, here we
Truth
go.
of it, if Republicans were, my one of my major issues is clean air and clean water. I really care about that. I was born in an authoritarian regime where pollution was so incredibly intense, where you could slide your finger down a window and then look at it and it's black. So I saw firsthand. The environment is a huge issue to me. If Republicans were stronger on that issue, I would have been Republican like 15 years ago. I'm just going to be very frank.
So you're an investment banker. You end up working in the administration. You were doing, and China obviously is the country that you're from. You were doing outreach for Asian American community with Biden. Then was there a point before Biden stepped down that you realized things weren't going right, either with his cognitive ability that many of us were talking about online, or just with the policies? I mean, were you feeling frustrations,
Yes.
or was it all that on the day they flipped the switch that you
Yes.
suddenly started seeing things differently?
Absolutely, Dave, and I'm going to name names. They know who they are. Throughout 2023, I raised concerns, actually before, but I really started redoubling my efforts about Biden's cognitive decline, because
in 2023, major fundraiser Lindy Lee, even before that, she said, was raising major concerns about Biden and his cognitive decline. Anybody, as they say, with half a brain knew, you could see while he was running. That's why they come up with the COVID thing. I mean, you're going to have to come up with some very convincing evidence to me. It's why one of the reasons, once they got COVID in, they knew they could get a cat like Joe Biden elected because they could hide him in the basement, and they knew he would be controllable. He didn't know what the hell was going on. That was in 20 when he was running for president, got elected. Sources were saying from day one, this guy's not got it together mentally. There is a top raising inside when you're getting millions of dollars and raising that and responsible you got a voice. You know what's going on. You get a lot of inside information a lot of us don't even have no clue about. And this woman from the Biden administration, and she was like gung-ho. Democrat all the way, couldn't stand Trump. And even with all the crap that got pulled, left the she, from the Kamala thing after that happened, which pretty much got her off the Democratic train and jumping on the MAGA bandwagon. Said I couldn't vote for Trump, but I couldn't vote for Kamala, so I left it blank. Now she's been all over the media. She said she's writing a book and going to be naming names on top of it. That will be very interesting. And we'll get more. That was a great, it's about an hour long, but it was a very good interview by Dave Rubin, who went down the same path and the path of a lot of people that were center left and sometimes even way off the deep end left. And that's what I say. The MAGA movement, Make America Great, the Trump phenomena, is not necessarily a Republican deal. A lot of people, most of the grassroots, lunch-toting Republicans, are in the MAGA movement. The establishment elite are joining with the establishment of the Democratic Party to screw us over. So, and that's what you're seeing, and that's what's got the establishment running way off the deep end and up in arms because they don't know how to handle it. Because, again, once the dam breaks, once the dike cracks, once the door is slightly opened, much easier. Kick the door in, pretty soon the dam fails and the flood comes. And I think we're seeing a lot of that. And we may be seeing a lot more of that, as they say, in the near future. See what else is up on the hit parade. See if we can dial up. This is another thing that's fascinating. Micro. You got the famous TV show featuring everyday working Americans and what they're doing. Micro warns Americans that will work is disappearing. Says 6.8 million able-bodied men aren't even looking for a job. Here's why and what it means for the U.S. market. It's a story by Visheth Roslingham, and they got to do this to me with the names. There's Mike. Concerns about lack of job-ready skills have dominated workforce debates, but Mike Rowe, CEO of MicroWorks Foundation, is pointing to another crisis, a diminishing desire to work. The skills gap is real, but the gap but the will gap is also real, said the 63-year-old former TV host in a recent Fox Business interview. According to him, 6.8 million able-bodied men are just not unemployed, but not even seeking employment. That's never happened in peacetime, he argued. Here's why he thinks that is the case. Men abandoning the workforce. Data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows that women's participation in the workforce has remained relatively stable since the early 1990s. However, men's participation has steadily declined, dropping from about 87% in 1948 to 68% in 2024. According to the Bipartisan Policy Center, BBC, the participation rate for men in their prime working years, ages 25 to 54, has fallen from 89% in 54 to 98% in 54 to 89% in January 2024. Notably, 28% of these men have said they were not working by choice, validating Rowe's claim by the desire for employment has diminished. However, survey found that 57% of prime-age men cite mental or physical health issues as barriers to working. Additionally, 47% of men cite lack of training of that. Here's what we got. As you take men out of the equation for what they're naturally supposed to be, head of the household, provide for the kids, you're going to get less incentive for them to go out and do that. You can come up with all the programs and this and training and that. And that's why I've said the war on the straight white male especially, but men in general, that has been going on for the past 70 years. And now we're seeing the fruits of that policy. You know, and they go through 27 this and that and try to. One of the worst things to do is overthink something. Because that's where we're at. We're overthinking this. And that's why women's employment has remained steady for the last 30 years, but men, especially men in their prime working years, has declined precipitously. So if you take them out of their natural role, hunter-gatherer, provider, protector, what you get is what I've said, ladies. You're going to rue the day you turn men into women. And that's what this whole process has been about doing. Because if you get people, and women naturally, throw all the brickbats you want, are naturally more emotional based, and you get people on an emotional basis, they're much more easy to control, manipulate, not to your benefit, to someone else's. So that's why they stress a lot of this stuff on the pike, because it wasn't to provide for you. They told you, oh, women's rights and the femme, go back to the now movement and all that, and you're liberated and all this, and an evil white man, and, you know, every wrong in the world was done by a straight white male. You got to chop their heads off, Here's another, we'll duck this in. We'll get more into the reasons why, hopefully in the coming days, on that. Another one I want to duck in here. More than 500,000 immigrants missed their court hearings on Biden's watch analysis. Say it ain't so, as the old saying goes. 500,000. Those 500,000 right now should be getting, or within the next month, all of them should be getting deportation orders. Pronto. If you're coming into this country, and even the cluster foxtrot that we had under the 4 years of the Biden regime, even with that, even not counting whether that they said, we're just signing this and doing that, and here you go and show up for court. 500,000 of them have missed it. They should be on the deportation list. Kristi Noem, Tom Homan, ETAL should be looking for them, serving them with papers.
30 seconds, Roy.
And deporting them. I bet Sean would agree.
I do.
That was a good guess on my part. It's 500,000 of them.
And they should put those senators that went to El Salvador in jail too for what they're doing.
If we could figure out a way to do that, I'd be all for it too.
All right, 10 seconds.
Hillbilly hoedown around.
IE Newswire Daily is on the air.
The following is a paid program. Views and claims expressed are those of the program producer and are not endorsed by this station. Opinions expressed are not necessarily those of its management, employees, or affiliates.
That funky slide guitar music that comes on every Monday through Friday live at 5:30 on the Mighty Met 1490 AM, broadcasting all over the Inland Empire in the aforementioned AM band, joining our vast video audience in the evil FB network, Rumble. Well, I don't know. Rumble and X seem to be testy today, so we might just be on FB and YouTube, but check us out on there if that's the only spots we're at. If you're in Redlands, half an hour, get down there to the Redlands School Board if you so desire. Candy Olson, Jeanette Wilson, two school board members are trying to stick up for Save Girls Sports. No, only the United States and California flag flies on the flagpole or in the classroom. And on top of that, and they always say, well, we can't get involved with that because that's under our jurisdiction. They have a resolution at the Redlands School Board to support the South Coast Air Quality Management District banning gas heating and water heaters. I guarantee you. It's bad enough they ban gas water heaters, electric water heaters, but most people could probably survive the increase in cost daily. Not only not so much. A lot of people are going to have to upgrade the electricity. It could cost as much, anywhere from about $2,500 to $10,000 to switch from gas to electric. If you're having somebody else do it. If you're doing all the work yourself, you can save a few bucks. But minimum $2,500, up to $10,000 if they got to rewire the whole frickin' house. And especially the older the house is, the more susceptible that is. They got a resolution there to support banning gas water heaters and gas central air heating. Now, I can guarantee you, most people could not afford the electric bill to heat your home by electricity. If you wanted to keep your house even at 68 degrees, and this is no joke, your electric bill will be about $2,500 a month. So, and they got three, let's say, very left of center members on the school board. You got Candy and Jeanette who are on the other side well, you got two. You got Candy and Jeanette on the right. You got Quintero and another one left. You got one that the left guys and with the pressure they're putting on. And like Greg Bertain said of Redlands Tea Party Patriots, and John Barry's been on it too, they've been flooding the zone. The trannies and whatever have been flooding the zone down there. So they've been the one lady that's in the center's been kind of switching over there because she don't want to take the heat. So it's important that you get down to the Redlands School Board. I'll be going to the Crime Syndicate, also known as Moreno Valley Unified School District. They're good. Well, they fired off now, but they should be in for public comments. We'll see. They try to pull all this other stuff on. Glenn Beck, long time, he started off on CNN. CNN's where he got his claim to fame, really. Started off on there, then went to Fox News, then got in a row with those cats. And then finally wound up going independent. Very successful in the video talk radio genre after he left Fox. He was on with Stephen K. Bannon in the War Room on that very long, extensive interview, and he had some very, very interesting things to say. Let's start with this, hopefully. Well, start talking.
Yeah.
Here we go.
They don't like America. They don't think that we deserve to be America. They don't see a value in America. None of them seem to be looking for an answer.
They believe we're colonists here. We've taken this land illegally.
And yet, those people, Steve, help me out on this one. You remember Occupy Wall Street?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. They were against Wall Street.
Tim Pool and all those guys came out there.
Right. They were all against Occupy. They were all against Wall Street. They were all, we got to take down Wall Street. Then all of a sudden, Occupy Wall Street just disappeared.
Yeah.
And they start popping up at the World Economic Forum.
Right.
Okay. And then all of those people that they were camping out in front of, all of those big corporations, the big banks, all of the big banks and big corporations start writing them quiet checks to fund it. Honestly,
the NGOs and all that.
It is clearly leave us alone.
Yep.
Just leave us alone. We hear you. We hear you. And so it only makes sense because everybody said to me for the longest time, Glenn, there's too much money at stake. The people with money are never going to let this thing collapse at the height of it.
Yeah.
And that's 1,427% true. The golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rules. That other one you were taught in school, that was just theoretical. Let's put it that way. The real golden rule is he who makes gold makes the rules. So when you get to this point, and that's what this is all about, that's why you see now, as the Republicans are losing control, and the Democrats are losing control of both the working class, the people that make this country run, now you see the real agenda coming out on this thing.
And when I left, Roger said, "You're not really going to leave." And he said, "Nobody leaves." I said, "One did." I said, "Jack Parr."
That's good. That's good.
But anyway, it's strange. I was thinking about it the other day that when I went to Fox, and this is what really bothers me. When I went to Fox, I was on Neil Cavuto's show, and I'm talking about everything that we're doing and how we're just making the problem bigger and bigger by the more we hold it up. This is unnatural. And I said, this is going to eventually come and really bite us in the ass. And I finish, and
so that's the first part of it. This is after the financial crisis of George W. Bush and the housing collapse, and Obama's coming in, and we're nationalizing the banks, and we're bailing everybody out, and we're inflating the currency, we're devaluing it, less dollars for you. He's on Neil Cavuto. And this confirms, and if Neil Cavuto does not dispute what Glenn Beck is going to say next, this will confirm practically every so-called conspiracy theorist. You don't know what you're talking about. Oh, that stuff never happens or never discussed. There's a bunch of you tinfoil hat wearing, trailer park living, yada, yada, yada.
Neil was very polite. And then we go off the air, and I get up and I said, "Thank you, Neil." And he didn't even look at me. He sat there like this, and he was writing, and he said, "You are the most irresponsible person I've ever met in my life." And I was like, what? And because I really like Neil. And I said, what? He said, "I can't believe what you just said." And I said, wait. You just put me on the air. If you disagreed with what I said, why didn't you say something? He said, "Because I don't." And I said, "So how am I irresponsible?" He said, "We all know it's going to happen, but we have a responsibility to the people to not tell them." And I said, "Excuse me? What do you mean we have a responsibility to not tell people?"
You heard that right. I was astonished. I've never heard that before. I don't follow Glenn Beck that much. I mean, I agree with a lot of stuff, or, a lot of the stuff he says, or that I've seen that he says. Some of it I don't, but hey, that's with everybody. But overall, I think Glenn's a good guy. On the right side of things, or sees most things, in the light they should be seeing it. And I would have been the same way. Okay, we're going on. Hey, if you disagree, if I'm interviewing or you're interviewing or we're doing a guest or you're on as a guest, and somebody says something you disagree with or think is out of context, yeah, have that discussion. If Neil Cavuto thought Glenn Beck was full of S or didn't know what he was talking about, he should have said, "Hey, you're irresponsible for telling the truth that you're agreeing with, but you said you shouldn't have said that." Some of this stuff that's coming about, along with the money and stuff and things like this coming out, well, a lot of us suspected it was going on. Man, I didn't even think it was that blatant. I could see why Glenn Beck quit Fox News. And he was getting paid tens of millions of dollars when he did that. Everybody thought he was nuts. They figured he'd be out in the street, tin can, will work for food sign. Here's more.
Those are the people, all you bankers, all you big financial guys, you all know, and you're going to get bailed out, and you're going to get bailed out by the little guy. And you have a responsibility. They'll freak out. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Tell them the truth. Try telling them the truth.
And that's
Try telling them the truth. Beck knew it. He knew what was going on. We knew what was going on. And he's exactly right. The lunch pail toting Javier and Jane going to work every day. Don't care if you're pushing a taco cart. If you are working as the teller in the bank, you're working at the hardware store, you're paving a road, you're selling ice cream cones at the whatever store. Whatever. You bailed out the elites, the bankers, the richies, the corporations that should have went down. The ones that caused it, the ones that had the means, were bailed out by you and me, stupid Joe and Jane taxpayers. It's quite astonishing sometimes that we do this stuff to ourselves. But literally, it's beyond the pale. Here we go. Oh.
This thing collapse. They're right. They're going to change it. They'll have their place at the table.
They'll adapt. They'll adapt.
And they're spinning this thing down
Darwinian
into something else. Okay? And we all know it. I mean, you just watched the first speech that Joe Biden gave as his first speech he gave in front of Congress when everybody was still wearing masks and they were like sitting 6 feet apart.
A couple weeks after. So it's not called State of the Union. It's a joint address to Congress. Right.
And in that, he said things that I've not heard anybody else talk about. He looked, instead of at the camera, he looked at the people in the House and the Senate and said, it's because of you people that we're here. It's because of your resilience that we're able to move forward. He saw the world as Woodrow Wilson did, as people that are in control or managing everything, and screw the little people. And somehow or another, Donald Trump is the oligarch? Really?
This is what they want you to think. They want you to be on the disinformation campaign 24/7, 365. They don't want... This is the deception. No different than Neil Cavuto telling Beck, you can't tell them the truth. They'll be after our heads. And he's exactly right. That's on Fox News, not PMSNBC. Like I said, I was stunned Beck did that. And that's what Beck is. Beck is talking about nothing different of what Joe Biden sees. That it's Joe Biden, it's Nancy Pelosi, it's Hakeem Jeffries, it's those congressmen, senators, Chucky Schumer, whatever that Klondike is that went down there to try to get the gangbanger out from Venezuela. They see themselves as the elites, as the ones. We know better. Just like Chuck Washington, the supervisor, did to me last meeting. We are the elites. We have very important positions. We make a lot of very important, and the people have entrusted, and da-da-da-da. We don't punch down to you. We don't have to talk to you, the boss, the citizen, who's at the top of the chart, who they tried to remove, who they did remove. Remember a couple, 2 or 3 budget meetings before when I discovered that or brought it to their attention? Here's more.
No return on the balance sheet of the United States.
That's why
Now-
Donald Trump is saying right now, stay cool. Stay cool. It's going to get bumpy. And I wish I could figure out a way for him to say it or for all of us to say it so, he didn't have to. Because I remember I was called into the Oval Office by George Bush one time because I was complaining about the Gulf War. And it was going horribly. And I'm like, what the hell are we doing? And I get a call. I get off the air at Fox or at CNN, and I get a call, and it's like, I pick it up. Mr. Beck, it's the White House. The president would like to see you in the Oval tomorrow. And I'm like, oh, crap. I go there, and he sits me down. I'm in the Zelensky chair, okay? And he sits me down, and he says, a lot of people think they effing know what it's like to be president of the United States. They have no effing idea what it's like. And I thought, this is going to be the longest hour of my life. And he explained that there are things I cannot say because the entire world is watching. And I'll never forget, because I said to him, Mr. President, that's the president I'd like to see more of.
Right.
Not this,
Right.
And he said, I can't. I get so twisted up in my head because I can't say this. I can't say this. I know this person is watching. I can't shift my eyes on this. Donald Trump is trying to be as clear as he can be.
He's disintermediate. He has them right into the Oval for the press briefings. I said, well, think about if Bush had run it that way, where every day you ask him questions. He's disintermediate to mainstream media.
Yes.
So you have a constant, almost real time.
So smart.
Because I only got 10 minutes left.
Okay.
Hang on.
And he was the guy.
Well, he was bringing.
So, there you go. Again, W. Bush is telling Glenn Beck, I can't be honest with the people. Whether you agree with them or not, or their policy, and whether it's any of them, and that's the beauty of Donald J. Trump, is he tells you. He's on there practically, well, I think he wasn't on yesterday. Was he on? I don't know. I didn't pick him up. Let's check and see. I didn't see that he had any. Well, no, he was. He did the Easter deal. But I mean, his policy. Practically every Monday through Friday, he's had a press conference, answered questions. No president has even come close to that.
Technology, the music.
Yes. But he was also a futurist at the time.
Yes.
And so I read a lot of his stuff.
Oh, you were reading that stuff back then.
Oh, yeah. And when the age
it scared you back in 95.
Have you read The Age of Spiritual Machines from the 90s?
Yes.
That'll
I
make
barely. Well, I tell you, if you read Kaczynski or the Unabomber.
Yeah.
I mean, his manifesto can be pretty scary about how he tried to warn about at least certain aspects of it, the technocracy in society.
The wrong way on that one.
Well, I think his execution was a little different, right?
Yeah.
His execution was a little different. So in 95, what did you say?
We're going to enter a world. I remember I said it to my producer, still my producer. I said, soon we are going to enter a world where your television will be in your pocket. You will have download times where you're not watching Thursday night must-see TV on NBC. It'll either download a certain day at midnight and you watch it whenever you want, or it will, or they'll download the whole season and you can watch it. And I said, but what comes after that is this growth of an intellectual being, AI, AGI, and ASI, and when we get to that, you're starting to ask questions about life itself that nobody.
This is not a scam. All Americans can apply for.
And that's what. It's uncanny 30 years ago, Beck, and I don't know how he figured that out. But it's uncanny that he came up with, and that's what we're living, and that's what it does. Everything from the computer to the cell phone to that, to mesmerizing you and making you dependent on that technological device.
We're not going to.
Well, first off, your point about once we hit the singularity, it's almost too late to become I mean, if we don't do it now, I mean, like right now.
The singularity is two things. It's one, merging of man and machine, but the other singularity, if you look at a black hole, the singularity is the point of no return. So
That's it. The more we dive off into this, everybody's going to technology, somebody else is going to take care of you or take care of this. That's how you wind up with 7 million males from able-bodied working males from 25 to 55 are not seeking employment. And that is not good. That does not bode well for the future of most everyone in society. And that's what Beck and Bannon were warning. And so does Trump. Trump sees that. As you know, I've been talking about standing up for our country, doing something. These big box stores stayed open while the little guys closed. Will our voices be heard? Does voting with our dollars work? PatriotSwitch.com gives patriots the power to walk away from the big box stores forever. Stop supporting the enemies of freedom now. That's why PatriotSwitch.com was created, for those who support America. PatriotSwitch.com. Is your car doing the hucklebuck and afraid you will be stuck? Well, head on down to Toyota of San Bernardino, Nissan of San Bernardino, Subaru of San Bernardino, and the San Bernardino Auto Mall, and catch a Camry, look ravishing in a Rogue, or be styling in a Subaru. Don't forget I-10 Toyota in Indio for those of you in the lower desert. You deserve to be the happiest human on the planet. So head on down to one of these 4 great dealerships for the car of your dreams. Spread the word. IE Newswire is now on every Monday through Friday, live at 5 p.m. on Rumble and KMET 1490 AM, 5:30 to 6 p.m. Join all the cool kids who want an eclectic look at the news without all the filters of the evil scoundrels of social media and the despicable dorks of the dominant press. Don't bumble and stumble. Subscribe to IE Newswire on Rumble and roll with the best hillbilly hoedown around. That's it. If you want to buy American, go to PatriotSwitch.com. If you need a new Toyota or Subaru, go to one of Cliff Cummings' great dealerships at San Bernardino Auto Mall at the 10 and 215 freeways. Don't forget I-10 Toyota down in that lower desert. A lot of stuff to contemplate. It ain't over. We'll figure it out, hopefully. Failure is not an option, as we say. But that was the part about Beck figuring that out 30 years ago, of where we would be technologically today, or whoever was putting that in his ear. And man, to a T, he was spot on that one. But even more shocking, like I said, was that revelation that most of the establishment, whether they be politics, news, media, business, are not telling you the truth. They're not giving you the clear situation. It's how they can pull off a COVID, financial crises, inflation, and everything else. That'll do it for today. We usually say it this time. Mandatory, you're back here in 23 hours. Why? You're the best darn show in the whole wide world. Till then, see ya.
The proceeding was a paid.
All right, Roy, have a good couple days, and I will talk to you Friday.
Bye.
Bye.